Good morning, Council. It's good to see everybody. Yeah, Kashila, Deva Kantuka. To Kashila, he doing the lamp better key. We are doing Nietzsche to Kashila, happy there. You come to Kashila. Which was only one glake. Watch it, Kashila. Wag, Leza Washtem, Klupia to Kashila. Hechel Oyateki, he washed it big there. You can to Kashila, Iohila, which was only walk here, or Gelpia, Ognatona, Washigla, Umpihena, Ovechakaya to Kashila, Hetcha to Kashila, Yokshita Bikila to Kashila, Mogalia Chain to Kashila, Jokjaki, to Kashila, Kujati Birka, Dona Khaki, Nistona, Lochio Mani, to Kashila, Henaija, Awaichakaya to Kashila, Oh Gelpia. Beto luta mamaya kupi chawo pila thanka he chat kashila. Oh kya piya kashila ni takuyasi.
Thank you, Laz. Drum catcher Green Root here from St. Francis.
Green catcher drum.
We would like to do our flag song and our honor song this morning. Give them the floor.
Hey!
Where's Christy Nolan?
Council, we need to let you know, the chairman is up at dental this morning, and so I'll be chairing the meeting. Our drum group is going to come through and shake hands with everybody. Thank you, guys. Good job, man. Good job. Thanks, you guys. Thanks a lot. Thanks for coming over. Council, we got a few that need to be excused this morning. We have Raymond's on travel, Evanstein is on travel, Michelle and Chris are on travel, Wayne Fredericks is on medical leave, Martha and Kathleen will be late, as well as Cher. So we need a motion to. Okay, Indira's gonna leave us at 12:30. If we let her go. You're gonna be excused tomorrow, okay. Anyone else? Fremont? Okay. Right, we need a motion to excuse those people. Lila? Second, Stan? Question by?
Emily?
Emily. All in favor?
Wow.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
Zero.
Council, we have your agenda before you. We need to approve it. Is there any additions or changes to the agenda? Lila?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can we add our report on our agenda?
The ARCO report.
Budget finance.
Okay. Anything else we need to add?
Did you get game fish on there?
Game,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, they're outside.
They're here?
Yeah.
Any other changes? Additions? We need a motion to approve our agenda. Dura has moved, second by Charlie, question by Mr. Blackbear. All in favor?
Wow.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
Zero.
Okay, well, our agenda is approved. Dean, are you with the Bureau this morning? Okay.
Are we gonna do the Rangers first?
We can. We can. Matt, are you the spokesman?
Dylan came in.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I am.
You're the spokesperson. Okay, we'll give you the floor.
Alright, so I'm Dylan Bates. I'm a state game warden for Chip Todd, Gillette Counties, stationed out of Winter. Been around for, I think, 4 years now. So today I wanted to present an award to these four. It's from our Conservation Officers Association. It's the Cooperator of the Year Award. So I nominated these guys because of the help that they've given me over the last year. They're always willing to get the information I need, willing to help a hand, check on me when we're in the field, constantly working cases together. So in law enforcement, it's kind of hard to always have cooperation from, I guess, your own agency, let alone fellow agencies. So it's been really special having these guys around. I just wanted to recognize everything they've done for me and give them this award.
I'd just like to say, Dylan's been a great asset for us in our investigations. Any state violations that occur, you wouldn't think it would happen here, but it does. Non-numbered guys end up going to state land and violating with a tribal tag or something, but Dylan's been great. We always have access to him, whether he's working or not, and he's been very helpful. So he's the only conservation officer for two counties, probably more, three counties. So he's kind of out there by himself. So if he needs help or something, we're around, or if we need help, he's somewhere. But we really appreciate Dylan, and we thank you for honoring these guys and what they do. Thank you.
I also have a patch from our uniform and a challenge point for all these guys. That's all I got.
Appreciate it. Ben?
Mr. Chairman, Warren Council, can we get some introductions there, Matt? We got to let the people know who you guys are, what's all going on, because you're on TV, so you gotta make sure you let them know where you're at, who it is, what you're doing. Give us an update.
I tried to stay in the corner with these guys to do this, but I'm Matt Tucker. I'm the director of Game Fish and Parks. I've been there for just over a year now. So,
Ben Bearshield, Senior Ranger, Game Fish and Parks.
Gilbert Morrison, Ranger.
Don Patrick, Hello TV.
Ben?
Just want to thank you guys for coming over and being part of that, but is there certain areas that you guys are in, or what hunting season will be coming up pretty soon, so we just want to make sure, they're covering and all that type of stuff, and we cover three counties, I think?
Five.
Or to the west, five? Yep, to the
5
east.
counties.
So,
We're in the middle of turkey season right now. Non-number season started this past weekend, so there's quite a few people going to be out this coming weekend. Most of them will come in May, but the weather was a pretty big hindrance for most of the turkey hunters last weekend, so there wasn't a lot that came around. But be in full force probably this weekend with nice weather.
Any other thoughts, questions for the Rangers? Yes, Emily.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good to see you. I just wanted to extend a thank you. I know you guys have a very big scope of work. I know you guys have a very big land base, and I know you guys have a very small staff. So I just want to thank you for your ongoing efforts for this. I think law enforcement looks like a lot of things, and I think sometimes we forget that these guys are trained and come with a lot of years of experience and are able to do great things for our people and the land as well. So I just want to extend a very big thank you to all of you and let you know that you are appreciated. Thank you.
Good morning, guys. It's good to see you all. I just want to say thank you all for what you do, and I appreciate you coming and taking a look at the help that you have here, and I'm really thankful for you for honoring them. And it's good to see teamwork. It really is, and they're here to help you, and these guys are a good crew. I know you guys are out there doing a lot, and there's a lot of things in the out there that we need to protect, even down to sage. that's, you know, something that is needed to be protected. So I just want to say thank you, congratulations, and it's good to see you guys here. Thanks.
And
Congratulations to you, Chief. Wish to get the floor for a tribal member.
Sure.
Hello, my name is Philip Little Thunder, Rosebud Sioux Tribe tribal member and employed with the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And you know, I'm also a traditional dancer. I dance with eagle feathers. And I read a lot of social media, and sometimes I don't trust them at all. So this is more like a, you know, question right to the office of game fish and parks. I read someplace that, you know, we don't have to go to the state, you know, like Denver, Colorado, the main office down there. We can just go here and apply for eagle feathers. Use them in a spiritual, traditional way. Is that correct? Or do you know anything about it?
So I filled out an application, even Department of Game Fish and Parks needs to fill out an application through the federal government to do that. The application is in and just waiting for approval. Once we do that, then we can set up our own repository. And then we can, I'd like to wait until we get our building fixed and back, because there's a lot of complications in between, just security reasons. You know, being separated from our current office and our remote location in Rosebud. But once we do that, we can establish, you know, a secure area and then start taking in feathers or eagles that we find, and then we can start giving out feathers and stuff. But it's in the works.
Yeah, the reason I asked that question was because one of our local medicine men, they found a eagle out in the field, hooked up on a highline wire. They shut the electric off and they took that eagle, and the medicine man was going to ask for it, but they said they had to send it back down to Denver before anything can be done.
Yeah, then that's the correct way that it needs to be done until we get this in place. And that is because it's an active investigation. They are investigating the electrical companies to make sure that their lines are safe for, you know, migratory birds, eagles. So they do an actual investigation, the eagle's evidence. So once they're done with the case, then they do send it down to Denver. After this application is approved and we can do our own repository, then we will get the eagle back, not go to Denver.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Anyone else? Do you have any thoughts you want to share with the wardens this morning? Yes, Dira.
Thank you guys. The prestigious award that you guys were just honored with. I used to be a former Fish and Wildlife employee, and the LEA that work for the animals and for the land are pretty important. And in my opinion, you four men have a lot of power on this reservation. You are our federally trained officers, and I'm thankful for you guys, because our land and our animals are the most humble. We need to protect them, like Layla said, even down to the sage. So you guys are out in the field 24/7, and it's your guys' eyes and ears that a lot of the elders have to depend on, especially like the Eagle Nation. So just want to say thank you, and I know you guys probably don't hear that enough. It is hunting season. You guys have tough jobs. There's a lot of people that got comfortable hurting our animals. They got comfortable taking advantage of what Mother Nature gave us to eat with. And so I'm thankful to you guys for the crackdowns that you've been doing. And it's turkey season now, and Millette County's pretty hot, so I expect I'll see you guys over there. So thank you.
Anyone else? Matt, any of the officers have anything they'd like to add to the conversation?
They're not a very talkative group. They said just photogenic.
Thank you guys very much. Good job, buddy. Keep it. Yeah, it's good to see you again, man. Thank you, sir, for coming over. Appreciate what you do. Thank you, guys. Keep up that good work.
Good job.
Council, can we kind of deviate a little bit here and let Dean do his report? And then we'll do the officer's report up here. Dean, you want to come up? I know you want to sit with us all day, but I'm trying to get you in here now, so.
Whatever you need.
All right, buddy, thank you for coming. Give you the floor.
Morning, Council. Shake everybody's hand. Ray's out on travel this week, so they scraped the bottom of the barrel and sent me down here to see it. I think this is the monthly report that Sonny's handing out now. Chance to look it over, I guess, and if you have any questions, hopefully I got an answer for you. If not, I will find one.
Don't make one up.
I've been known to. I like it when you're all quiet, you know. Charlie, hey. I know you snuck out and put a GPS tracker on that game bird's pickup and
Thank you, Mr. I guess for me, I haven't been around as much, but I know, I think it was last week, we've had some fires, I think, over to the west. You know, do we have sufficient enough people? And then the ones that are on furlough, are they coming back or what's going on there?
I believe they're in the works, yes.
Okay, because I mean, I know, you know, with it being dry, I mean, we got a lot of moisture just recently too, but, you know, we had some big fires coming up, you know, had some evacuations over to the west from what is in the media. So I just want to make sure that we're prepared for that, you know. We have adequate staffing with the fire hall. I mean, I know we got our volunteer fire department here too also, but we want to make sure that, you know, VI is just as prepared too. So,
I believe we're in the works of getting them back, the furloughed individuals. We've had a pre-fire meeting with tribal officials so far, where we started laying out some of the groundwork for what kind of roles and responsibilities, I guess, we need to do another one and go a little bit deeper into the weeds with that meeting, but I think we're further along than we have been in the past.
okay. Okay, just want to make sure, because I know, like, I think last month or a couple months back here, we had some fires between Mission and Valentine and also down to the south Kilgore area. So we want to make sure that we have that adequate, because again, like, I think it was 2 or 3 years back where that fire down the Spring Creek took off, you know, I mean, everybody was unexpected, so it was a pretty big, spectacular event. So just want to make sure, but those are questions I had. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Lisa?
Good morning, thank you for coming. Say, on the FIDA Trust, can you give us an update on the stadium sports? I know it's listed here, but, so they received the tribe's PTO objections, and then what kind of, where does it go from there? They come out and do the environmental?
We'll go back up, go back over this list here, they'll work through them issues and turn around and kick that final one back out. So it's moving. It kind of stalled up there to the north for a little bit there, but I think it's moving again. So
Okay. Do you have any idea about how soon?
I hate to put a time frame on it because I don't really have that ability to foresee. I would hope that it would be done in the next few months. So probably that fits the time schedule. I didn't put any pictures in there for you.
Thank you. At our last meeting, I can't think of the exact date, but we did pass a motion to have Superintendent Hart do the request to Aberdeen for the 638 law enforcement and other enforcement programs review. At that time, I also asked him if he could send us the last review that was done. I think it was probably 5 or 6 years ago. I know it's in Aberdeen now, but can we get that last review, a copy of it, before we move on with the new review that's going to be coming, just so we have an idea and a comparison?
Sure.
And just so people know, you know, there's always questions, why do you bring this or that up? Having that review is going to help us in several ways, especially with what's going on with Governor Noem and the accusations she's making against our tribe. It will also help us with the funding needs once a review is done. And if you look at the BIA 638 requirements, when you read through it, it is to help increase funding. It is for accountability and structure. It is to make sure that we're doing what we're supposed to be doing. And so I think it's really important. I know Superintendent Hart said he was going to be in Aberdeen this week, and that it did go up because I sent him a follow-up email asking what's the status of it. Did it ever make it to Aberdeen? And he said it is up there, and that he would meet with the area director on approval. But if we could get a copy of the last review that was done, I think it's like 5 or 6 years ago, and I know they're supposed to be done more frequently than that to make sure that we are fulfilling our obligations in the 638 contract for law enforcement services, court services. You know, that was the main emphasis, is we got to get those on track because of the things that are going on with drugs and crime right now. We've got to pay attention to that and keep our focus on making sure. I know we don't get the reports as frequently as we used to, but if you can get that to us, appreciate it.
I made a note of it here, Kathy, and I'll actually send a message up to Ray and remind you while he's up there to check into that for you.
Thank you.
Jordan.
Morning, Dean. I just have a question about when we honored our game fish and parks guys. You've seen that we don't have adequate equipment for them, and I guess I was just following up to see if that's something BIA can help with. I know that we don't have radios in some of their units, and I mean, the state guy had a vest on and our guys don't, you know? So if there's anything that the government and BIA can help us with to get them properly equipped, because I think that we're running on just whatever they give us. I mean, for law enforcement, all over the agencies that we get 638 funding for, but I don't know if there's something else out there that we can help them get equipment for.
There's always that option. I mean, Matt could write up a money request for the year-end monies. That's usually the best time to do that, on the year-end money situation. If he shows that need and puts some cost to it, there's a real good chance that could get funded, so.
Who would I refer to that?
Probably to Nate.
Okay.
I guess either one. I could visit with him about it.
Okay.
Develop his need, put it pen and paper and submit it in.
Okay.
Best to go through the chairman and have a letter signed by the president and send it over.
All right, thank you.
Lila?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Dean.
Good morning.
Thanks for coming. I was going to ask you, we have, in the report here, every month that comes through from the superintendent, we have topics on there and everything, but we don't have, we have tribal courts services, we have RST, corrections, safety of dams, contract support costs, tribal finance, fire management, but we don't have, why don't we have the LES in here, law enforcement?
I guess I'm not sure.
Okay, can you relay that question and find out, because it's still contract.
Okay.
Because for them also, you know, you're looking at, they don't always have the equipment they need. And by the time, you know, something happens, I mean, there's always no money. And those places should have the top-notch equipment, you know, along with the state and everybody else, and have it. And it bothers me, because, you know, these radios, these guys, I mean, I remember even back when I was here on council before, they didn't have the radios. So, I would like to see what kind of, technical support or what we have out there to, what?
They're short on vehicles.
Oh, yeah, and their vehicles, and, see how, if there's money out there to help them. I should throw that out there.
Sure.
Thank you.
We'll add that in.
Okay.
Micah?
Good morning, Dean. Under the realty section, I just have a question, or maybe if you could provide an explanation. We are on air, and there's quite a bit of, I've received a lot of inquiries of why BIA is doing the bidding process for TLE. Can you kind of explain why that's happening, and explain kind of which do they still go to TLE and what do they go to TLE for, and when do they come to BIA? Because it seems like there's some confusion there, not understanding how that relationship's working.
Sure. Push TLE is basically an independent organization. Mainly, most of the work's gonna go through TLE. The TLE board itself would look through the bidding process and make that decision on who to award to. At that point is when it comes to the Bureau and we actually do the lease. So the paper copy lease, and we'll work with them to make sure they get their bonding, letter of credit, whatever's necessary. So the beginning part is still with TLE on the workup part of it. We basically come in at the end of it, and all the Bureau is doing is finalizing the lease. We will not do a lease for tribal land that does not have either TLE board approval or Land and Natural Committee's approval. So it's all done through the tribe's authority.
Thank you.
Sure.
No.
I was made aware of some land that had some findings on it, but yet that land is still being allowed to be paid or farmed.
Okay.
So I wanted to suggest that you
Findings,
guys...
you mean like cultural findings?
Yeah, cultural findings. It's been brought up several times, I guess, but yet it's just not been addressed. I guess
Catch up with me.
after this, I'll let you know the area.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Wayne? Good morning, Dean.
Morning.
Here. I'm not sure if you actually asked this, but I see in the report where you're talking about some rights-of-ways being reviewed for Golden West. So I'm just curious to know how that process works, but, and I'm even more interested, Dean, in this rights-of-way process prior to like 1990 was all done by the BIA. And then after Cobell and all that happened, then it transferred over to the tribe. Now the tribe has this TUC that does that. A lot of the problems that we're having with our utilities, all of our utilities, has to do with the rights-of-way. And we've been asking these companies, and I think the BIA for the past several years, how and when can we get a complete copy of all the perfected rights-of-ways so we know that where they're in trespass at, who's in trespass, and so forth. Prior to our TUC, we don't have that information. So, does the BIA have the resources, and can this body request for BIA to provide us with that update?
We've had this discussion before, and it comes down to basically in the end knowing where the lines are. In a lot of cases, we don't know where they are.
If you don't, we sure as heck don't.
And I guess the backdrop of the story really we should go back a little bit. We probably would need to even go back into the old archives of the Secretary's office for resolutions, because I'm guessing a lot of them were done at that point by a resolution, but never enacted on paper. And what I mean by that, a generation ago, we couldn't flip a switch and turn on the power. It wasn't there. So at council, I think the intent always was get the people served, get them served. Do what you gotta do to get it done. So a lot of them went in at that time without that paperwork followed up. But I'm thinking there may be a resolution that was passed here that allowed it, or at least said service the people. Doesn't mean we don't need to go back and perfect it. Cherry Todd, probably one of our main issues with that. A lot of those lines that came in all along the river. I know that one doesn't have one on it. That whole line is the river road. We have asked for these in the past, and about the only company that really cooperated was Lake Creek. They really came and tried to work with everybody on that. Something we can sure try to start up again, but I think it's gonna require all of the players in the room, TUC, us, and the companies themselves, because they hesitate to provide that from the cost that it's going to cost them to provide. Golden West is notorious for that. They do not want to pay you the fiber optic price versus the copper price.
It's causing us some real problems right now. I mean, with the funding and our ability to establish our own utilities. So that needs to get addressed.
Okay.
How do we do that? Does this body pass a resolution directing the BIA to resolve this issue? Or how do we get that done?
That's always the beginning. I mean, that gives a directive at that point, and it's something we gotta come back and report to you on, so.
The current stance that this body has taken with the rights of way, particularly with our broadband, is that we're not in a position that we want to issue any new rights of way until the existing rights of way has been perfected.
Okay.
And so, I mean, there's a lot of people out there now that aren't getting service for the new fiber because that process isn't being done. So that needs to be done as fast as possible. So I'm just asking your guidance on how that gets done.
Yeah, we would have to probably pull together some organizations. We would probably need some help getting across that. We're gonna need to probably pick on a grid and just go start mapping. At this point, what we've been asking them for is that map of their lines, and that's what they're hesitant to provide.
Yeah.
Well, they know it's not correct or perfected, so
Yeah.
hate to give it up or make it public, I guess, so. Emily?
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for being here. I just had a couple questions or maybe a comment on the last discussion about the rights of way. Can I make a motion starting that process while we're working on a resolution to give that directive? And the reason I'm asking is because I think there's going to be like some research that's going to need to happen, and I'd like that to happen as soon as possible, like, you know, today or tomorrow or whatever. But I'm saying that because we are at a very critical point right now. We're hiring staff, we're trying to build this thing. We have a lot of grant opportunities, a lot of funding opportunities. There's a lot of things going on right now. And I don't, like, if this has already been going on for years, like, I think we need something that kind of like kicks it in the rear or something to get it going again. And so I don't know exactly what type of language would be most meaningful, but I would like to make some type of motion so that we can get that going, that directs our BIA to begin looking in that so that we can start getting what data we have, we can start identifying where those gaps still are, and we can start looking at what that historical relationship it was that got us to this point. Because yeah, sure, we might have had a resolution, but the BIA very well could have said, these guys are incompetent, I'm gonna sign off on their behalf anyway. And so in my mind, there's a lot of research that needs to be done in order to even get to the point of remedying it or perfecting leases or anything. So I guess I'd like to make a motion directing, our BIA staff to start that process of research. And I don't know if it can be within the same motion, if I need another one that also asks Eric on our end to begin drafting resolution language for a similar directive.
We can pull out and pull down what we have on the books. That won't be a problem. It's knowing what isn't on there and knowing where it is, I guess, is the hard part.
No, I totally understand that. We need to start somewhere. I think something was like trust land and trust. We forget the extra word, that's responsibility. And on some point, that trust responsibility has to be held accountable. And so I'd like to see, has that been laxed? Do we need to beef that up? Do we need to reassert our sovereignty to make sure that that's standing? So I understand, there's a big mess, there's a lot of history there, but we have to start somewhere. So I would still like to make that motion.
I have, Micah?
Emily, would you consider putting a timeline on when that or do you think it should have a timeline when BIA should bring it back?
Definitely, but I'd like to ask you what a realistic timeline, just, because if you're saying you can search something, in my mind, that's kind of easy, but if you have to physically go to buildings, which I've had to do in the past, that could be months, so I'm.
Yeah, it won't take long to tell you what we have on the books. From there, it needs to be mapped, probably. It's gonna come in a legal description format. We would need to map it onto them, and that's gonna take a little bit of time, that will. For that portion, then it's gonna be a matter of seeing where your holes are on the map. Okay, well, we know we have a line through here, it's not on here, right? So we're gonna have to go out, GPS it, do all of those things to figure out ownership. So this is a project for sure.
Well, I think for that original phase, even just giving us an update at the next meeting, whether it's under Ray's report or not, as far as what you were able to pull from your existing files, what needs a next additional step or something, but I just don't want it to get lost in the weeds, so
what would be the priority? Is it electrical? Is it phone? Is it, because they're two monsters, what would be the focus?
Right now, this is just my opinion, the council could disagree or whatever, but right now, the most immediate is the broadband. There are a lot of potential issues there that need to get resolved right away.
So on the broadband.
And right behind it is electrical. Right now, we don't have as many issues with the electrical because Jerry Todd has changed the posture. And they said that before we provide any service, it's up to the individual to the rights of way. So any new rights of way, the individual has to do that. But with our broadband, it's not that way.
I think I need to meet with your broadband people, because I would need to know, are these tied on the poles, are we wireless, are we, because if he's, I'm thinking they're looking to hook onto somebody's lines, you know what I
It's
mean?
both. There's fiber and
Yeah.
hardwired places, so.
I have Kathy and then Cher.
I just wanted
Then Ben.
to mention that when a motion is made, we have so many seconds after it's made to second it before we have our discussion.
Cher seconded it.
I was just gonna do it and then Sherry did it. So all the discussion, we needed to have that in place before we have the discussion, before we approve or disapprove the motion.
Cher, you're next, and then Ben.
Thank you. Yeah, there's a huge concern when it comes to the rights of way, and it's very serious. There's some issues that have happened. Guess come not just to meet with the broadband people, but you could come to the Economic Development Committee meeting on the 16th. That's the committee that's been dealing with broadband. We have a tower up there that's been compromised due to fiber. And we have had a few of our other tribal programs digging line for water where they have broken a fiber optic wire that we did not give authorization for them to lay. So it's a huge issue, and like Councilwoman Ron said, it's both. There's rights-of-ways that are piggybacking off of existing ones. So it is going to be a huge task, and along with, the research from Councilwoman Boyd Belandra's motion, the research portion is going to be very important. So I don't think that we're really asking you to come with the solution yet, but just to start the research process. And come to the meeting on the 16th for any of that other information that you need. But it is something that's really imperative, because a lot of people are depending on things that are moving forward regarding broadband.
Ben?
It's just to make sure that we're all on the same page. I know BIA has been there for years, since we've been here, so I kind of believe that they should have a mirror of what's going on here on our reservation. So to say that we need to research stuff, it should already been there. That's just my take on it, whether it is electricity or, anything in place. So I think this is really needed, and we need to make sure that we are up to par on this stuff. So if the BIA is not up to par on this stuff, I'm kind of stumped on this issue. So, but again, you should be able to come with us and say, well, this is everything that we have, and this is what we got from, Golden West, this is what we got from the electric system. So we should be able to have at least some understanding right now, and not just start the process and say, oh, well, I don't know, we'll have to wait. So I'm kind of disappointed in BIA right now to not say, well, we don't know what's going on. We're going to have to wait on this stuff. So I think we need to push this no matter what, because as time goes on, it's not going to take care of itself. So we got to make sure you have an understanding of it. So, but those are just my thoughts on it. But again, we need to move forward on this right away before it becomes a bigger problem. So with BIA, I think that they should be with us hand in hand and letting us know what's going on, and to help, I guess, alleviate a lot of that issue. So, but those are my concerns on it. But thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor with a second. It's been questioned by Kathy. All in favor of the motion, raise your hand, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed? Not voting? Okay, motion carried.
Sorry about that, Dean, but it needs to be done. Thank you.
Dean, you have a lot more there.
Yes. I guess I didn't plan on reading through the damn thing unless you want me to. Okay. Other than that, I guess that was my spiel.
I'll motion to approve this report.
Okay, second by Ben. Question? Charlie, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Yeah.
Thanks, Steve. Mr. Chairman, we can have a motion to have him become the Sergeant at Arms for today, because I know our other Sergeant at Arms for the scene. Yeah, I'll make a motion, yeah.
Okay, Ben has a motion on the floor, seconded by Jordan. We need a question. Charlie.
Sergeant at Arms, our other Sergeant at Arms.
To see Shane as our Sergeant at Arms.
With compensation then?
Yeah. Yep.
All right. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed? Not voting?
1v1.
Yeah.
Shane looks for the people who doesn't need
Jordan?
So while we have the Rangers here, we usually give them an honorarium whenever we honor. So I would like to make a motion to give 4 Rangers an honorarium. What do we usually give, Lisa? 500? 500 for the 4 that
A
were-
piece.
Yes. Well, is it Matt, was Matt included in that? No. Okay, well, then that 3 Rangers.
Okay, Jordan's got a motion on the floor. We need a second. Emily, question by Lila. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed? Not voting?
2.
Okay. Motion carried.
Council donation.
Okay, moving along, we'll get into the constitutional officers report. Thank you, Dean. Appreciate it. I will start us off with, I have a short report from my office. I'll start off with, when the weather got nice, things kind of slowed down as far as requests. We only had 3 requests for electrical assistance. 2 of them were to Lake Creek on the west end, and 1 at Cherry Todd. Those were for help with light bill. We had no requests for loads of wood. So that tells me it's warming up, getting nicer. So we had 38 requests for general assistance, which is food, medical travel, gas for the vehicles, and personal items, things like that. There's 38 requests for that. We had our 10 requests for propane, which were coming to the end of that, the monies for that, but we had 10 of those propane, and then we did another 10 for North Ideal. We had never got down there to any of those people at any time with propane. And the reason why is our propane company can't travel that far just to deliver 50 gallons or 100 gallons. So we vouchered up enough for 10 people, and that way it'll make one trip down there and pay for the trip. So once that gets completed, we'll try to do the same for clear down on the Melks campsite if we can. If the monies are holding out, we'll do that. So they never get in like the people here in Rosebud, Antelope, the more local people get in here all the time for that. So trying to reach out to those people if we can. Still doing IDs. We do 17 to 20 of them for the month, and then that's it till the next month. We watch that budget really close. I got some staff back there that watch it, but I depend on Brenda back in finance. She's a big help with that, keeps an eye on it, and of course our monitor back there watches our budget closely so we don't go over for the month or mess up for the month. So during that little storm we had, we were out moving about. We delivered some gas and some groceries out to 2 families in Corn Creek. I took 10 gallons of gas out to a family in Black Pipe during the storm. My kids kind of chewed me out from out moving around in the storm, but we got the job done. So that's about all I have out of my office. Do you have any questions, thoughts to share? Jordan?
I guess I just have a question on, I know, and I don't know if you have the answer to it, but so our solid waste program has been driving the roll-offs through the communities, and it's really messing up our roads. So I don't know if maybe you and Scott can work with the directors of maybe roads and solid waste to see if I mean, I know in Southside Antelope, they're really bad already.
Oh,
And
I
on
bet.
North Side too.
I bet.
So, I guess I was just kind of worried whenever those get full. I mean, the roll-off's already heavy by itself, but putting trash in there, it's gonna cause our roads to get worse. So I don't know if we have a future plan of, I mean, Antelope's not the only community that's gonna get hit with it. So if we can maybe start planning to correct that problem that's
I
gonna.
will get with Scott and solid waste director and see what needs to be done there.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions or thoughts? I need a motion to approve my report. If Emily has moved, Lisa's seconding, Kathy, you were questioning. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Okay, we'll move down the table and get Nicole, our secretary, and then we'll get Wayne Boyd.
Minutes for March. Committees. Yeah, I thought that was on the court's.
I'll give you a minute to scan those minutes.
Thank you. I just had a question on page 4, right in the middle above education, on that motion I made regarding the issue of IHS compacting being put on the ballot for the summer. I was just wondering if someone could provide an update on that to make sure that that's moving forward. Nope, it's that one right above education about IHS compacting being on the ballot.
I did send out the amendments of the resolution for the election court to the governmental affairs committee. That was on my end anyway, so I know I would move in that part forward.
Can anyone else provide an update about making sure we're going to hit all the steps, or what those steps are to make sure that it's going to get on the ballot?
Yeah, I sent it to correction office too, so.
But does anybody here know that? What the process is and how far we are into that?
I guess,
As far as I understood, the election code had to be amended to add referendum voting in there in order for it to be on the ballot. And then, so that's what I did, and it had to be approved through,
Something last time about, making sure, remember we had to get like 2/3 or 3/4, or we got 2/3 and we
Yep.
did that part?
yep, so then now.
So that should be like a petition or whatever it's called, not a referendum, right?
Have to call Eric in.
Should have not like that, I guess.
To get Eric in here to explain
Talk
it.
to Eric about it.
Can we bring the, tribal attorney in to touch base on what Emily was just talking about? That's really important. Thank you.
We can do that.
Thank you.
Kathy?
Thank you. While we're waiting on Eric to come in,
Yeah, he's coming in.
yeah, I just want to bring something up and express my feelings. On the March 7th meeting, on March 6th, I said I wouldn't be here, and so everyone knew I was going to be gone. And on March 7th, a motion was brought up to reconsider and rescind. I just want to point out a couple things. I'm an elder, I'm a senior council rep, and I feel that sometimes due respect isn't shown to a lot of people. And among us, we need to share that between each other. That motion that was brought up, you know, we need to follow our council rules of order. That motion that was brought up, first of all, was out of order because it was not on the agenda. Secondly, a motion can only be rescinded and reconsidered and rescinded, reconsidered and amended by the person that made it, seconded it, and it needs to be done the same day or the following day. This was done in September. So the whole entire thing was out of order, and I contemplating calling that motion out of order. But people and animals, to me, are of equal importance. They're both a part of our culture. And I know some here asked that that not be done because I wasn't here. There was a lot of inaccurate information that was shared that day because I was listening. And I was texting and asking that a decision not be made unless I'm here. A lot of work goes into doing what I've been doing. And it's really upsetting to listen to something and not be able to be here to defend it. Sorry, I haven't been feeling good, so I'm lightheaded. We do clinics throughout the year. It was said that day there's 2 or 3 clinics. No. I sent a report to everybody. I sent everything to everyone. So anyone checking their email could have read it. I had Raz do an estimate on what they and other organizations saved this tribe and our tribal membership. And it's over $300,000. They pay for our vaccines. They pay for our medication. They pay their own way here. We spent the last 2 days scheduling cats for a feline spay and neuter clinic. A lot of the people said, you know how much money you're saving us by doing this? And that's true. We save a lot of money. I have written the grant for Pets for Life. some of you have benefited from that because it's emergency access to care. Either you or your families have benefited from it. I put a lot of work into it, and I was very upset. I was very angry. But one thing about being on this earth as long as I've been here and learning from a lot of my elders, you know, it takes a lot to swallow your pride. And I do that quite often. And I was really offended that day because I wasn't here. We knew I wasn't going to be here because I asked to be excused the day before. You know, there's a lot of names for what that's called, but I'm not going to go there. The animal clinic services a lot of tribal members. The majority of the animals and the owners that come to the clinic are from the animal community. It's the largest community, and because we're right there, our free pet food, our spay-neuter clinics, our wellness vaccination clinics, everything we do, it's for the people. And so I just wanted to let you all know that they put a lot into it, and for years, for 7 years now, we've always provided the funding, and we've always provided for them a place to stay and meals to eat. That's part of our culture, is giving back to the people that give to us. And so I had to find, all these years, I have to find a place for them to stay. We have all these COVID trailers in all these communities that were given back. You know, just one building made such a difference that it needed to be taken away. When we have all these other buildings that were turned into offices or given to certain people, you know, why didn't we consider those going to the homeless and giving them a place to live? And I don't want to debate this with anyone. I think because I wasn't here that day, today I had a right to speak about how I felt. I felt offended by this, and like I said, it's out of protocol, but I'll leave it at that. It was never a part of the homeless shelter. It was an isolation trailer, just like the rest of the 20 communities got an isolation trailer for COVID. So, thank you for listening to me. I just wanted to express myself while we're waiting for Eric to come, because sometimes we have to speak up, and we're always being shushed. You know, culturally, traditionally, our ancestors, they were given time to speak, and they were respected when they spoke. They were never told, stop, sit down. You know, even our 3 minutes in our Constitution, that's parliamentarian rule. That's the Washichu rule. We have a right, because of our culture, to change things like that. So if Tina was here, she'd be giving me my 1 minute warning, and she's not, so I will take my 1 minute warning on my own. But I just wanted to express myself, and I don't hold any bad feelings. Sometimes we just need to pay attention to what we're doing, research it, look into it before we make decisions. Thank you.
Jordan and then Sharon.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. I guess I didn't mean it as a disrespect to anybody. I was trying to do it because, like you're saying, we have a lot of people that reside in animal community inside those shelters that aren't from just animal. We had a lot of evictions through Costello that had happened, and we had no choice but to use that trailer. I guess I tried to come here, and I respect everybody. I respect the seat that you hold, and I guess I feel offended as well that we sit here, and I understand our two-legged are just as important, our wing are important as well, and but when they have the resources within their body to, I'm trying to say this without crying because it's just frustrating that I feel like just because I'm younger, I'm not respected as well. And I'm sorry that you took it that way. But when I have people who are homeless and family members who are homeless, it's hard.
to sit here and feel these things. And I'm a little bit frustrated with the whole process, and I'm trying to find out ways of figuring out the statistics for how many homeless relatives that we have in Antelope, because that is a bigger trailer, and I understand we have COVID trailers, I get that, but I just don't understand why we have to take that one from them. That's my only thing, and I'm sorry if you feel disrespected, and that was never my intentions.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up and addressing it, and, thank Councilman Ron as well. I think when issues arise, that it's good that we hash them out. There's always, comments made about ageism here in this room, but I just wanted to say that when we sit in these seats, we're all equals. It doesn't matter if you have a high school diploma, a master's degree, PhD, if you're 25, or if you're 68. We're all equals here. All our voice matters, and the people elected us here. And there's a lot of issues that are arising, and it's really hard to make decisions when there's scarcity. People get hurt, people get left out. I do want to mention that, I wasn't here that day either. So I don't know the discussions that were had and what was said, but I do know that we need to move forward, and we need to make some good decisions. We as a council have made homelessness our main issue. I know that during your council term, your second council term, there was a horrifying incident where a woman lost her life. And I know that's where your passion comes from with the four-legged. So I do appreciate that, and I also appreciate Councilwoman Ron's compassion for the people too, not that either or have less for the dogs or the humans. But I do just want to express that I know that when we start getting into these things, it can become a heated debate because a lot of issues start coming to mind. But I just wanted to make a motion to approve the minutes for March 6th.
Is there a second? Lisa, question?
March 6th?
Yeah.
We'll wait on the question.
Question? Kathy? All in favor of the motion, raise your hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
1.
Not voting? Okay. Kathy?
Just before I let everyone know, Sherry, I just want to remind you and Jordan that that homeless shelter started because of my compassion for the people. And from this seat, I worked there, I managed it, I ran it for 2 years without funding. So we share that compassion. So I just wanted you both to know that, that's why I said, I'm just letting this go. And so that's what I just wanted to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's good to talk about these things. The people also need to understand what we go through here. And, they're important. And I know that, culturally we live that way. We live amongst the animals and our winged ones. But the position that Jordan was put in, we were put in that a while back. So I totally understand. Housing evicted all these meth people. That's why those houses are all boarded up, and that's been about 9 years? 7 years?
7.
We didn't even we're here today and not still the same. Still the same. And it affects us here, sitting here. Because the more we try to take care of something, then something else comes. We had to deal with meth, housing had no choice but to do those things. And it put us in a horrible situation. We had this room filled up with people with nowhere to go. And from those situations, the Chantel Homeless Shelter was born for those reasons. And, you know, we are combating meth. Meth's still here. Meth is still running us, and it's running our people. It's taken our minds away from what we need to work on and be focused. Now, sometimes we need something good and positive to push through this stuff. But I've always seen that, you know, when people don't want to do their part, it gets thrown here. And we have to deal with it. But I take it upon as how we were incorporated into council with the older council reps and what they went through and why things become the way they are. And it seems like, I mean, I step back, I stay in the back because the people talk to me. I have no say-so about things unless I come here and I'm sitting here. We have our people out there, and they're having a hard time. But we gotta be united in this stuff, because, you know, Jordan's got the biggest community in the 20 communities. And sometimes, you know, we get backed in a corner. So we have to do something because we gotta, you know, solve a solution. But let's think about those things and have good discussion about it, because, you know, the homelessness, it's not gonna go away. It's gonna only get worse. You watch TV, look at the Skid Row, look at everywhere. They're just filled with it. And at least here we have something, you know, to build on. So we do need to set aside some time to discuss homelessness. We need time to discuss the drug problem. We need time to discuss those issues that are in our face. Every time we come here, they're here. We can't ignore it. There's not enough money to fix our problems, but there is enough compassion and enough great minds here that can do something. And I ask our people to please be patient with us. Help us. Because these are things our people did face back in the day. You know, we make our treasurer go digging for money to do things. And you know, we're back in the position we were before COVID and before all the money came. We're back to that. So we have to be very creative. We have to be good to each other, and we have to work on things in a positive way. We told Hachinki we need to be one, because it's not going to go away. And you know, I learned the same way you guys did. I cried. I had struggles. I went home one day. I cried all the way home when we had all these homeless kids and everybody. I was done. I said, I can't do this. It's hard. There's nobody came and threw suggestions up there. We were on our own. It just had to happen. And we were back there and we were like, oh my gosh, you know, because it's in the monies that they couldn't have any of that. We didn't have a solution. I got home, I walked in, and my mom said, she looked at me and she said, oh, yagali so, yagali. And I looked at her and I was just crying, and she said, She said, why are you crying? I said, Mom, it's hard. It's really hard. I said, we had to evict people today. She said, wait, she just is sad. I didn't get a hug. I didn't get nothing. She said, Ash, that's what you wanted. You wanted that. So the people put you in there. She said, instead of crying, she said, you better go pray. Or do something about it. So I'm sitting here crying. It ain't going to do any good. You still have a home. They don't. So you better figure that out, she said. And I was like, whoa. You know. So it's really, really tough. And you know, it's okay to feel those emotions. It's okay to cry because we can't, you know, we're only human. But you know, it's let's look at alternatives and options, and let's not do that because our people need to. They have suggestions, and I've had people come to me and talk. But this clinic, I don't know if any of you have gone there, but go there. It is amazing. And it seems like when some of us build something and we get it somewhere, we have to, you know, do something. But we need to start talking to our people. Our people need to start listening to us, and we need to go out there and we need to find another way. I get after my relatives. I chew them out. And I don't see them for a long time, but that's okay because I love them, so I say things. And I'm saying it here publicly too because I love my people. I don't want to see us going through this, but you know what? We can do it, and we're going to take care of it. And it's really sad because there's a lot of homes, and I had a vision one time of having a Rosebud Sioux tribal housing, you know? But we can't seem to work together the way we should. So I'm just, you know, throwing my stuff out there, and I appreciate each and every one of you and the things that you go through and the things you do, because it's hard to find the money to do things anymore. Nothing is cheap. Nothing. And we have those COVID trailers, you know, and we do need to talk about this. We need to put those things aside, set time. We have a lot of time through the month. We don't only have to have 2 council meetings and 1. We can make that happen here. We can set time aside, ask the chairman to put some time aside to discuss those things, homelessness, the drug issue, and we can do it here and get some resolve going. So, you know, that's just my spill, and I want to, you know, always do things in a good way, the best way that we can. So encouraging each other and finding good ways. But, you know, our animals, they're getting taken care of too, and that makes me happy because they're getting their shots, they're getting, you know, taken care of. To live amongst us, they have to do that. So, and I thank Kathy for what she's doing and what she's taking care of and taking on. And I think we need to have those dialogues, Chairman, and setting time aside to discuss homelessness and to discuss the drug problem and give council that time, because we don't even have time. It's so busy, but we need to make the time. So that's a suggestion I have for us, if everybody's, you know, in agreement. Lamaya, thank you.
Yeah, Sheriff. Sorry I'm late, guys. I had an appointment. Don't know how hard it is to get one. So.
Yeah. Well, at least you're not sitting there looking like a chipmunk. Motion to approve, Wokala for that, Tony. Motion to approve minutes for March 7th and March 27th.
Motion to approve the minutes of March
7th and 27th.
27th and
March 7th.
7th and 27th. Yes. All right, we need a second. Bill, question by Emily. Go ahead, Emily.
Thank you. Good to see you. On page 2 of March 7th, President, could you follow up on the second to last motion there that I had asked law enforcement to develop? It should say a retention and recruitment plan instead of retention and improvement, so that also needs to be modified or edited for officers within 30 days, and that has been over 30 days. So I just like follow up to make sure that they first got that motion excerpt, and then can you provide an update on where they are with that?
Recruitment, okay.
Do you have an update?
I don't have an update, no.
Can you confirm that they got that motion excerpt and are working on it?
Okay, I will do that, and I'll get
So I
to,
mean, can you right now?
no, I can't confirm that, no. I did follow up on the other requests for technical assistance though, and I actually called the boss up in District 1, and they basically told me that they would come down, but they'd have, like, according to their 638, the contract, that they have to have 3 months to notice before they even come down, so they set it for July 16th to the 19th, so they can do the review for the police department, so I did follow up on that.
I email all the motion excerpts and I CC you guys. I do send them out.
So can I ask a follow-up question on what the process is and how we hold each other accountable? Because I know I had a question earlier while we made a motion, even though we were waiting on legal advice on that, and it still passed. And so in my understanding is these minutes are very important. It's not just something that we just casually approve, and they're also kind of our homework list. And so if we're not even addressing these things on here, who is?
I get busy just like you guys do too, so I'm not making excuses, but sometimes I don't get to them either, so.
So do I have any, what's our option on that? Do we need to go in executive and have a session? Because this is an ongoing thing. I've been in here for 6 months now, and there's nobody that follows up here other than our secretary to get them out.
Well, there was a motion for the business office to be following up on motions too, to make sure that they're getting done, so.
I mean, we also have motions to meet with our staff, to meet with our departments. There's so many motions that just go unheard. Okay, thank you.
Kathy, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention with what Emily's talking about, in the past and recently, I did suggest that we change the format of our minutes and that it has a section for follow-up, like who's responsible. It has the topic, the little bit of a discussion, and then it has who's responsible for it, and then the last column would be whether it was taken care of or not, and it stays until we'll end up having a book, but it stays on those minutes until it's resolved. Either a response comes back or an action was taken. So in one column, it's referred to as action item. That is assigned to a specific program person, you, me, someone, to follow through and make sure that it's getting done, because this is, historically, it's been this way. It's always been this way. If we were to go back through every resolution, motion, anything that's ever been made in this circle, there's never a follow-up to it. And I think that if we change the format of our minutes, like I had suggested before, and I did, I think in September or October, it might make a difference if we have a column that says action item, because like Sunny really helps, and we brought people into council before to do that for us, and it starts off good and then it dies out, and so there's no continuity in it. It just doesn't stick, but we really do need that. I agree with her, and so I just wanted to share that.
There's a lot of stuff that comes out of committee too that's handed to me in my office, and then I try to follow up on those too, and plus follow up on a lot of the motions that were made at council, but some of those are actually for programs to follow up on and make sure that they get them, and they're submitting the stuff to me to get to you. So that's how it's supposed to work, but I don't know how that's.
So if you had an item in there, Scott,
Yeah.
it would say
Yep.
the program or one of us or the chair of one of our committees. It actually says who's responsible. That person is then held accountable and responsible to get it taken care of so that it is complete. It does not come off of this meeting minute until it's been complete. That's one way of making sure it's
I'm
going
sure
to
law
be.
enforcement has a recruitment process, but again, it's always comes down to funding. And I'm sure they're at capacity right now with 24 24 law enforcement officers, but can we go and hire that without any funding? So I don't know what you would mean by recruitment, yeah.
I'm not sure if you remember at the meeting, but the reason why I made that motion is because he said he has funding and he can't fill it. And so I asked how they've addressed it in the past, and he didn't have any plan. And so it was frustrating for me to hear that this has been going on for years, and they have overwhelming amounts of funding actually, and they can't use it. So that's where that was from. Thank
Okay.
you.
Jeff,
I just wanted to comment, Mr. Chair, that even though we approved the minutes, we're still in the secretary's report, so we could continue to address questions. So in case Councilwoman Boyd was worried that we can't go back to her question because the minutes were approved, I just wanted to address that. And also, maybe we can, when we get towards the end of this, of approving our minutes and moving forward, maybe we can ask Director Cordier to come in here and address us and answer some questions regarding what mechanisms she is using to follow up with the motions. And, you know, I feel for you, Itanja, because I sit on a handful of committees and it's hard to keep up, especially when you chair those committees. You're the one tasked with doing all the footwork. So I do understand how overwhelming keeping up with the motions are. It's easy to, you know, sit here and say that. But if there's some breakdowns in our process, then, and you need support, and we really need to support you as the council to make sure that the things that we need are getting done and the motions that we're making are followed through. So I don't expect her to have, Director Cordier to have complete answers today, but maybe she could address some issues or some barriers that she has. And maybe we could talk about this at Governmental Affairs as well, with you and some of your staff, and we can come up with a solution there.
Okay.
Just a suggestion. Thank you.
That would be helpful.
Yeah, we do need to. We didn't vote to approve.
We got a
there's
second, we're
motion.
still in discussion, so. is it
7
7 and 27.
and 27.
Sam?
Chairman, in regards to law enforcement, there's some problems that occurred. By reading this, I think I'll discuss this with them and see if some improvements can be made. We've got some, we have law enforcement go down there and then the same thing happens. So, anyway, if this can be brought up and something can come out of this.
I know the chief's been going to communities, almost every community, to explain whole law enforcement and what they have as far as officers, and sometimes those turn into bigger discussions. So I'm sure if you invite him to your community stand, he'll be there, and he has no problem coming to your community.
Yeah, I got a community meeting April 16th, that's what he told me today.
Okay. Any more questions? We need a question. Approving the minutes of April 7th, 27th. Question by Lisa. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
3.
Motion carried. Any more to your report, Secretary?
Need to ratify a resolution. And then I got committees. Well, you're passing that up, can I ask you a question?
What?
So I know committees is coming up, and we've been having a lot of discussion about letting our tribal employees sit on committees. I know it's came back a couple times, but I feel like we keep having to re-advertise because we don't have very many people interested. And I feel like we're kind of silencing our tribal employees' voices by not allowing them to. So I guess I would like a follow-up done, maybe if we have that. I know there was a resolution that was waiting before. If we have that, then maybe before we select for committees, then we can bring it back up.
Okay.
Last I heard on personnel, they referred it back to council.
Okay, can make a decision today, that would be really good.
Can I ask you that discussion before? We probably should do it before we bring up committees.
Okay, the resolution that's being passed out, I think needs to be, all the, first one is the resolution that needs to be ratified is 2024-80. It's a solid waste program, accepts funds from IHS with a match of $112,900 for equipment, and that was done by resolution, petition resolution. So I need a motion to ratify that resolution 2024-80. Lisa, you second. Jordan, question by Micah. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? Motion carried. Cool, what are you passing out? Is that for our committees or, okay. So do you want to have that discussion now or?
Yeah, I would
Okay.
like to before we bring up committees.
Okay. We'll let you
I
have.
don't sit on personnel though, so if somebody's here that sits on personnel.
I was just
gonna say Kathy?
that resolution that was existent before we came, it went from personnel to council, back to personnel, and it should have came back to council again for approval, so we need to approve that before we do this selection.
Okay. All right.
So I don't know where it's at, but, Lila's the chair and I'm the vice, but, I cut her off.
I don't see, have a copy of it?
Oh, it should be here.
Nicole has it?
It's on?
It's not in there.
Yeah. Just one. This is the one that just approved, so.
So not this one?
Yeah, this is the one we just approved. It's done already.
You have a copy of it in the office?
Jordan, do we want for minutes, was that meeting, is that what you're asking?
No, just to, remember, there's a, resolution for the personnel, and I have to be updated, but I have to go find it, because it's not in here.
We don't get it.
Yeah, okay. Just us. Yeah, for the travel employees.
So, you have the floor, whoever's going to address the resolution. Are we going to address the resolution before we go to the committee? So, is that what she went out for, to get the resolution?
Yeah, then Lila will bring it up, she's the largest.
Okay.
Take a 10-minute break?
Yeah, that's good, okay. Let's take 10.
And that letter came on, so I just gave it to them.
Okay. there's any kind of, Mala, was you gonna present that? Go ahead.
I'd like to bring on Resolution 2023-329.
Motion to bring on as, are we considering it? Are you considering it?
Yeah, we'll do
Okay.
reconsider.
Reconsider
Yeah, and approve. And approve.
the amendments to that?
There's no amendment. There's no amendments.
Motion to reconsider and approve 2023-329, need a second?
Second.
Jordan's question by, or go ahead.
Okay, I'll go from the third whereas. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe has enacted ordinance 2010-175 entitled Rosebud Sioux Tribe Personnel Policies and Procedures Manual, hereinafter RST Personnel Manual, to establish and maintain a uniform system of personnel administration that meets social, economic, and program needs of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. It is also intended to provide standards of fairness and merit, and whereas the RST Personnel Committee recommends the RST Personnel Policies and Procedures Manual be amended to add provisions to amend Section 4, Standards of Conduct C, political activities and participation on committees, boards, and commissions, by deleting certain provisions and adding provisions as fully set out in Exhibit 1, RST Personnel Ordinance 2020-10, attached, and therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopts the amendments to the RST Personnel Policies and Procedures ordinance recommended by the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Personnel Committee. Be it also resolved that the effective date of the amendments to the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Personnel Policies and Procedures ordinance shall be upon the final approval by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council. And you have the exhibit attached. Motion.
No, you motion to reconsider and approve, so you got a second on it, so does anybody want, do you want her to read through the amendments, or are you guys good with,
I think we should read it, so.
read it for the record? Okay.
I'll read it if you
Go
want
ahead,
to.
read them for the record,
I got a quick question.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Does the, so in the personnel policies and procedures, does that just take a majority vote of council, or does that have to take 15?
Ooh, I don't know that. I don't know that. It's just, I think it's just a majority, isn't it?
It's not under the law and order code, so I don't know.
No, it's not, so.
It's 2/3 of
Could we
the,
get clarification
of what's
from Eric
present.
on
Sure, yeah, let's do that.
Where'd you go?
Sonny, you wanna, that, Eric?
It was just sitting here, it's magic.
So you wanna go ahead and read them, the changes,
I'm gonna have
amendments?
Kathy read them because my voice is.
Okay, all right.
I think the only amendment on it is that it struck out that first,
I'll just read it in so that people, the employees that are listening understand it as well. So, C, political activities. The employees are permitted to serve on any commission, board of commissioners, and/or political activities and participation committee if the employee agrees to the following conditions. The tribal employee will be required to forfeit and all, I think there's gonna need some language corrections in it, but I'll continue to read it. The tribal employees will be required to forfeit and all compensation from the commission, board of commissioners, and/or political activities and participation committees if applicable. The tribal employee will be required to take personal leave upon approval of the program director should the meeting date and meeting time for any commission, board of commissioners, and/or political activities and participation committees fall on the employee's regular scheduled workday. Tribal employees have an obligation to conduct business within guidelines that prohibit actual or potential conflicts of interest. The tribal employee is prohibited from applying for any commission, board of commissioners, and/or political activities and participation committees if an actual or potential conflict of interest occurs when an employee is in a position to influence a decision that may result in a personal gain for that employee or for an immediate family member or members. The tribal employee is required to agree and sign the receipt and acknowledgement form that can be obtained from the tribal secretary's office when applying for any commission, board of commissioners, and/or political activities and participation committees. Failure to do so will disqualify the tribal employee from applying for any tribal committee, board, or commission. The receipt and acknowledgement states, all tribal employees applying for any tribal commission, board of commissioners, and/or political activities and participation committees are required to read the following statements and sign below to indicate your receipt and acknowledgement of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Personnel Ordinance 2020-10, Section 3, Standards of Conduct, subsection C, Political Activities. I agree that should I successfully be appointed to any commission, board of commissioners, and/or political activities committee that I am applying for, that I will forfeit any and all compensation if applicable. The tribal employee will be required to take personal leave upon approval of the program director should the meeting date and meeting time for any commission, board of commissioners, and/or political activities and participation committees fall on the employee's regular scheduled workday. Tribal employees have an obligation to conduct business within guidelines that prohibit actual or potential conflicts of interest. The tribal employee is prohibited from applying for any commission, board of commissioners, and/or political activities and participation committees if an actual or potential conflict of interest occurs when an employee is in a position to influence a decision that may result in personal gain for the employee or immediate family or members, or family members or members. The tribal employee is required to agree and sign the receipt and acknowledgement form that can be obtained from the tribal secretary's office when applying for any commission, board of commissioners, and/or political activities and participation committees. Failure to do so will disqualify the tribal employee for applying for any tribal committee, board of commission. Violation of this policy may or shall result in disciplinary action up to and including termination, and I just reread the whole thing that was on the previous page. But the other thing I want to mention before I sit down is that when you look at the ordinances, when you go to your back Bible and read all the ordinances, there are some committees that tribal employees and the public are not allowed to sit on. So I just want to make note of that so people are aware that this won't pertain to those particular committees where it's stated that they can't sit on them.
I want our tribal employees to be able to sit on boards. However, I feel they should be compensated. I feel they shouldn't have to forfeit compensation because we're basically asking them to sit on a board for free. And during the Budget and Finance Committee meeting, our CFO attends them. Well, she was attending all of them. And I did ask her if there's a history of any audit findings regarding somebody calling that double dipping, because they are on leave, on their personal leave. So I just would want to ask the council to reconsider the fact that they would have to forfeit their compensation, especially if they're having to clock out and use personal leave, because then we're asking them to basically sit on the board for free. And I don't know if Treasurer Boyd would like to weigh in on that. I know you are pretty familiar with a lot of our audits in history. Have we been dinged for employees receiving compensation for boards in the past? Okay, so I guess I don't see no legal reason why we would need to not compensate them, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to put that out there.
I was just gonna ask Treasurer Boyd that in the past, were they allowed to earn their annual leave and also receive compensation? Or would that be considered a form of like double dipping?
I think in the past, no.
Yeah, remember before they would have to either take leave without pay or to receive it or to take their own leave and then.
That's the way it's been in the past, yeah.
Right, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if we are gonna do what Sherry's asking, we're gonna have to start all over again and they'll have to go back to committee. But I think that, I didn't hear that part of it, and I think a lot of our employees have they're very interested in doing this, and they, I agree, but as well as what our treasurer said, it seems like it's been that way. Have they gotten compensated? I didn't get to hear. Well, here's Eric.
In the past,
happy with one or the other.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
That's how
One
they
or
did
the
it, so
other.
they either got a stipend
Yeah.
and punched out and didn't get paid for it, or they remained punched in and got paid for it, so.
And that's what HR said when we were discussing, and she said as long as they did one or the other, then it was.
But they couldn't do
okay.
both.
But they can't do both. So I guess maybe, I don't know how you feel about it, but I think it's up to them. I don't know, but we can check with Eric.
Otherwise, it'll have to be legal without pay.
Because they're well aware of.
They can't earn that.
What they need to do, so.
So we need Eric's professional because we don't want to violate.
Eric, you want your professional opinion on per diem or punching out or getting paid to attend meetings by punching in it, either or. Is there any kind of problem that we run into if we allow that to happen?
Well, if it's a question, good morning, council, or good afternoon. Let me do some research, because even if an employee uses leave, they're getting compensated for using their leave, because it's a benefit. I'll have to see if there's any rulings on that. I know there were some rulings in the past about per diem before.
I think it was leave without pay, but the last time it was effective like that, was leave without pay or?
There's two things to consider. One is you can't get paid twice for the same hour. You can't get paid both. The other issue is that some of these funding agencies might take exception if they're getting paid and attending a meeting that doesn't pertain to their scope of work. So those are the two issues that have always been a problem in the past. So if you really want to do it truthfully, then I would just say that the way it's written, that if they want to sit on the board on these committees, then for any committee time during their work hours, they need to take leave without pay. That would be my recommendation. I know in the past it hasn't been that way. They've been given the opportunity, but those questions we haven't been written up, but the questions have arose.
Yeah, because this is really vital, because I know employees have been asking me, and they're asking, and that's why I'm bringing it here, and I think it's really important, so they'll know what to do. And I don't know what does the council want to do? Do you guys want to wait, or like?
Be screened too, to make sure they're not on a committee that pertains to their program.
Yeah, it's in this amendment.
Oh, it is?
What if we just make it a little?
Did you see him?
I just have a general question.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that all of our ordinance kind of sometimes they differ, that everything was followed properly, whatever, and we try to make changes that we didn't have to start all over or that. So I was just going to ask Eric, like, have the procedures to amend this been followed, and if you want to change anything right now, what, do you have to go back to committee, or can you do that?
Can we make an amendment now?
Or the change.
This is what the ordinance on amending resolution, or amending ordinances says, and this is the council legislative procedure, that to amend or rescind an ordinance, at least 2/3 vote of the full legislative body of the Rosebud Sioux tribe shall be required.
So it can't go through today, yeah.
Well, and if you have 13, then you'll have to vote.
Can you pull 2020-10 and see what it says on there?
I mean, if it requires less than, if it's, the ordinance is amended to allow a majority, then it would be an ordinance, but that should have been passed by 2/3, and then that would be, a permissible way to amend the ordinance.
We have 13. We have 13, 14, because there's 13 points, whatever you get. Yeah. Well, I'll withdraw my motion and I'll try tomorrow. Maybe there'll be more.
All right, let's do that. We have somebody on the agenda that needs to come in. We told him at 11 o'clock. He's been peeking in, so it's Paul Hardy, but we'll get you guys, Kathy and then Lisa. Then
Oh,
we'll-
no, I don't think so.
Okay, I just wanted to mention that, Eric can confirm it whether or not, but also in that, it states that once you present an ordinance for approval, providing that 2/3 vote of the majority of the council, it also states in there that once this is presented to us, if you make any changes to it, it goes back and it starts over. You can't move forward without amending it, so if Lila brings it up again tomorrow, then I will make a motion to pass it as is, otherwise we have to start over.
That's for meetings.
That's for reading the law and order code.
Yeah. So if it's a first reading and there's a change, then it goes back to the first.
Okay.
That's a law and order code.
Yeah, this is, okay, this is a.
That's good clarification anyway.
Thank you.
We have, what, Jordan?
I just have a motion for these committees to, maybe re-advertise if we can get this to be passed tomorrow, and then motion to re-advertise to allow the tribal employees to sit, so maybe they could come back next month.
A motion to advertise for 1 month?
1 month.
Second.
Motion by
Is
Jordan,
that,
second
is
by
that,
Sheriff.
is that a fairness for the employees?
Yeah.
Okay.
Question by Lisa.
Discussion.
Go ahead, discussion, go ahead.
I just wanted to mention, this is why 2 months ago, when it came up, I made a motion to do exactly what you just both did. I said not to advertise or fill them until this resolution was passed. So this time, let's stick to it, because last time we went ahead and we filled the positions without first having that ordinance changed. So this time, I just hope that we stay on track, because the same motion that we're making right now was already made 2 months ago. Thank you.
Question by Lisa. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? Motion carried. We have, we had Paul Hardy on at 11 a.m. He's gonna come in and talk about some type of, preventive, activity that he wants to prevention activity that he wants to do. So, I'm allowing him about 10 or 15 minutes. It won't take him very long. He's been waiting out there for, we had him on at 11, but he's been waiting out there, so, go ahead, bring him in. Hey, Paul. Okay, council, we had Paul Hardy went to the floor. He brought some fellow veterans with him. He wants to talk about a meth prevention activity that he has planned. He came to my office about a month ago and to tell me about his plan. He wants to present it to the council, so let him take the floor whenever.
Go ahead and introduce yourself.
My name is Philip Louis Thunder. I'm a United States Army veteran.
Raymond Buckley, United States Army veteran, commander of Post 295 Army League, American Legion.
Gary Yuha, Ray, Peterski Yuha, no pevo state učisto. Evo Bakuta, Čanžeki, Omri Omitika, Kujeva. I am Daryl Marcus Kildenson. And to my surprise last night, I was been named commander of Post 125, John Seaborn. So I guess I have a bigger responsibility as of today. And it's quite an honor to be asked by this young man the other two gentlemen to join him today in this cause, and we thank the RST Council and the administration for inviting us. Oh, come on.
My mother's name is Lois Antwine. My father's name is Pete Greenshield Sr. My Lakota name is Bukala Hochila. My Christian name is Paul Purdy. I'm a 9.5-year Army veteran, paratrooper, long-range reconnaissance specialist. I've come here today to ask for your support. I've been on the res for 10 and a half years now. I was not born and raised here, but I am Sioux. To the elders, forgive me for not speaking Lakota, but I am here to speak for the Dakotas. It has come to a critical point that we have to empower them. I walk with a broken heart to see so many looking down at the ground everywhere. There's no hope, no vision in their eyes when they walk. We have to come to their aid. And one of the things I want to do is put on a demonstration for them, and coinciding with handing them out t-shirts. On the handouts, there's a picture of how the t-shirts will look. It will be both for Todd County and St. Francis. There'll be a 2-day, 2-morning demonstration. I've asked and invited some medicine men and some Sundance leaders to participate, and they were more than willing. I also went to veterans to ask for their support. What's going to happen on the day that we hand these out is going to be a parachute demonstration, which I will be involved in. I've asked the cooperation of both the South Dakota and Nebraska National Guard. The Air Force will also be present. I've asked the Job Corps and the Peace Corps to come so that we can introduce them to the kids and let them know that this is a venue that they can look forward to learn a trade, to develop themselves, go abroad and learn that trade, and then bring it back and help build us. The price is costly, but it does not outweigh the cost of the lives of our children. I was in the ER a few weeks back. A real young man was obviously on meth, and he said he was no longer capable of feeling happiness. And he had to be flown out to Sioux Falls because we do not have the capability to take care of somebody like that. We have to empower them. We have to take care of them. We have to do it locally. I've had organizations and foundations offer to help pay for this, but an elder said, Lakota, Chicanga, we take care of our own. That's why I'm asking for your help for this. If there's any questions, feel free to ask. I am coordinating to establish a time. It will take about 3 weeks to get these shirts made. At that point, then I can go ahead and organize all of the supporting people to go ahead and give them dates so we can go forward. I'm asking also that we can contact the different departments, programs, and communities that we have provided the appropriate opioid for the Sundance leaders and the medicine men for them coming and supporting us. Thank you.
Any questions, Council? Go ahead, Lila.
I say thank you and for coming here. I'm feeling really emotional because this is what we've been asking for help. And it's taking our men. We need you to help our children. There's a lot of children who don't have fathers, are young men that are struggling. And this really means a lot to me because it's coming from your heart. I like to ask our treasurer to look at this and how can we support this endeavor. we do take care of our own. These are our children. And to have this right arm come in, means a lot. Something that, we talked about this morning, and the creator already presented itself. So, can we hear from our treasurer to see how we can get this going and this support?
We have some unbudgeted funds in the general account. If you want to do that, then should be great. But there are unbudgeted funds.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make that motion to release those funds from general account to support t-shirts that they like to give out.
Yeah, and then if we're gonna use these quotes and stuff here, then you're gonna have to address the procurement.
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't see you. We got a motion on the floor, so we need a second before it dies. Kathy, go ahead, Chef.
Thank you. I want to thank you for thank you all for being here and stepping up. I don't want to come off like I'm not supporting this effort because it's a really good effort. The protocol that we have to follow here, our legislative protocol, we have specific things that we have to follow. So I'd like to invite you to the Budget and Finance meeting on the 12th. Things have to come through a committee. We need to create a resolution because of the amount. It's over a specific amount. So once that happens, the committee could allocate the funding there. Then we can come forth and come forward with a resolution. Because anything over a certain amount, according to our procurement manual, does need a council resolution. So I don't want you to feel like you're walking away empty-handed. We'll work with you. Yeah, it needs 3 quotes. So if you need to reference a few other people too that could give you quotes, I know there's 2 more businesses locally that help. So I just wanted to let you know that. Come to the Budget and Finance meeting. We will work with you all to bring this forth, and we could bring it forward to the council on the 24th. We could present it to council on the 24th.
Okay, Lila, go ahead.
So can we pass this motion pending the resolution and pending that those steps are followed?
And because council has the final say-so.
So that way it's done properly with the amount that we're requesting?
This is time sensitive because the price of the order, one of the shop that I spoke to said it would take 3 weeks. If we push the date back, we may in fact miss school.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Emily.
Thank you, President, and thank you, everyone. Welcome. Thank you for being here today. Without getting too much into my emotions, also, I just want to thank you for your proposal. My question is probably to our treasurer or administration. I know I've sat on here for only 6 months. I'm very new, but I've seen legislation come through us bypassing committee on all levels. And so if possible, I would like to move this forward. I understand there's procurement, I understand there's a process in that, but I feel that that can be worked out in the meantime. So if possible, I would like to support Lila and move forward in that, but I'd like confirmation from treasurers or somebody that that is allowable, because I don't want to assume that we've done it before, that we can do it with this situation. Thank you.
Kathy, go ahead.
I just have a question for you, Mr. Hardy. Are you only doing Todd County and St. Francis? Because we also have...
Superintendents of both schools gave me a list of all the schools that they are in.
We also have Native students that are in White River.
I believe that name was also on the list too.
Okay, it just has the 2 schools on the front page. And then also a question, is this both female and male? Are the t-shirts for both boys and girls?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Just making sure. My colleague was asking that question. Thank you.
Okay, your motion is to approve this amount out of the general account to purchase the t-shirts pending a resolution.
Yeah, well,
In full, okay.
because we still have to follow that, but I'm also looking at it, a time-sensitive issue, and
And the quotes in the back.
School, I mean, he's working with the schools and council. I mean, it's really up to us, you know, we do everything else. These are our kids. And these guys. Sole source. On a sole source basis.
Lisa?
We can do it that way.
So you can amend your motion?
Yeah, I'll amend my motion.
Say that it's on a sole source
On a sole
basis.
source basis.
So can you use this, it's the same as a
And it can
quote?
come through what the treasurer suggested, the unallocated general fund.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor with a second. Is there any more discussion? Go ahead, Darrell.
Unbudgeted.
Council, I can hear me out for about 10 minutes here, or less. I worked in the ER, IHS for 8 years, in nursing. From that time period from 91 to 98, there was never such thing as meth. There was no such thing as what's going on now. Up to this day, has vastly changed the mind of our young people. But what it has done has changed the minds of us, because we don't know how to handle it now. I picked up a young man by Ghost Out Bridge 2 weeks ago. Got in my truck and we're going, and I asked him, "Where are you going?" He didn't know where he was going. He asked me if he can have my sandwich and chips. So I gave it to him. So I told him I'm going to Martin. And here we got to Edall, Gravel Road, going before you hit the county line. He didn't say anything, he just in my truck. All of a sudden he said, "I'm gonna get off here." I smelled that drug on him. I seen his eyes, I seen his blank euphoria of just what he looked like. And he was only 15. So I did not want to interact with him, so I just asked him, "Okay, here's my water." So he got off. And when I took off, I looked in the mirror, and he just sat down on a gravel road, put his arms on his knees, and he held his head like this. And he just sat there, you know, I was going. So, this young man came to us yesterday, he asked for help in that meeting. Correlation of a lot of things. What you're doing now, and as veterans, and as elders, and the whole Lakota nation, I think, we need to take a stand on this meth and any other drug. Like you said, we're losing all our kids in that computer, but that computer's meth now. Has all the drugs you can name to make meth, and the way they learn that. So we need to help each other, and the only thing that came about, what I see, is this young man here stepped up and brought us a big attention to what's going to happen. But I'd like to say, Chairman, EMS and law enforcement, from all of us veterans and all the Lakota people, we'd like to thank you for doing and helping us try to solve this meth issue. And as the chairman, I know your strong stance on a lot of things. In your administration, we appreciate this. So with this and all the labeling on this resolution and foresight, we'll go ahead, and thank you for doing this. Rama.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Go ahead, Wayne.
Can I make a suggestion here? guys are gonna do this, then maybe you can make two motions. One motion would be to approve of their request to do this, and then that puts all the procurement and all that stuff in their lap, because we're not gonna buy this stuff, we're just giving them the money to do this. And then your next motion then would be to reconsider and amend the tribe's general account and appropriate that amount of money under unbudgeted monies and create a line item for this. That would be my suggestion.
Yeah.
If you're gonna do this.
So I'll make that first motion.
Motion to approve the request for T-shirts for the Met.
T-shirts for the children.
The second, Kathy. Question by Emily. Rachel? All in favor?
I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Lisa.
Real quick, Treasurer, to approve the request to purchase these t-shirts, does it have to say sole source?
No, you're just approving the request for a donation, and then it's up to them to follow their own procurement, because all you're doing is funding the project.
Yep.
So we
We already have a motion.
Are we gonna need receipts? Is there gonna be an issue? I know.
We can, if you want, pay.
I just don't want anybody
Yeah.
coming after them. I know when I posted events, this council has, had things to say about that. So I just want to make sure that if that's going to be a requirement, that they know that, so they can make sure that they're maintaining those records.
Full disclosure and transparency is a must. I'm not antiquated with the procedure, but I do insist on that.
From what I can see in the proposal, they're only requesting one vendor, so we can make the check payable to the vendor.
Thank you.
What, Kathy?
No, I was waiting to for the count.
Emily, question? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Approved.
0.
Not voting. Motion?
Yeah, do you want me to make that first?
Yeah.
Okay. So be a motion to amend the general account budget to include the $36,577.50 of unbudgeted funds and create a line item
For it, yeah.
for this, what should we call a line item?
Anti-meth campaign.
Veterans Anti-Meth Campaign.
Okay.
Okay, second, Emily? Go ahead, Darrell.
I have just one more word, please. See that one, and that one there, and that one. I painted those. And I donated to the chambers in here, but more likely to everyone here, administration, everybody. When you come in the morning, I hope you remember the children. Thank you.
Question by Jordan. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Thank you guys for coming in and doing this. We appreciate it. Yep. Thanks for coming. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for shut down. Right in the back. Before we go to lunch? We got a request, go in executive session after we're done shaking hands, so.
Pass the bucket and we're gonna.
what's next, boss?
She's got your request here. She'll type up the minutes.
Okay, Councilwoman Share
Oh, Chairman.
wants to address the council in executive session.
Do you just want to check, or do you want to purchase order then and check, or how do you want to do it?
Whatever's easiest for the process. The vendor said they were okay with the PO.
Okay, is that your
What we'll do
motion?
then is we'll issue a PO.
Need a second.
And if they're done, we'll do a check.
Micah,
Ought to be done
question
maybe
by
5:30 at the latest.
all in favor?
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
How much? 9? Opposed? Not voting? Motion carried. Does that sound right?
Yeah. Maybe give us a report on what you need done on it, or,
Yeah, maybe submit a, like, budget request if you need to hire people to help.
because there was some laws that were passed in the back about mandatory sentencing. A couple of things I was looking for, and I can't find a law and order code that has those all in there, or the amendment, the resolutions amending those laws.
Since then there was some, she wasn't getting a folder because she was no longer there.
Yeah.
She said those aren't in there either.
They should be in record though, so maybe just research it and see how we can take it on.
Thank you. I just have two quick things. One, I was just asking Secretary if we got that emailed out of the report summary yet?
I have it on my computer, I'll send it to you, sorry.
That's okay. And then this next thing is, I just wanted to give a brief update. I know earlier I was asking for legal opinion, I guess, from Eric, and he did get in touch with me back here on break. So I just wanted to give an update on that because it does change things a little bit. A little bit, it has to do with the motion that I was about the IHS compacting being on the voting for the summer. We had two different communities bring resolutions forward, and so three actually times this body made a motion that passed to move that forward to make sure that it was on the ballot. I attended our governmental affairs committee, not this last time, but the time before, and asked, where we were on that process, and I was kind of told it probably couldn't go anywhere. So there was a big discussion. That's when I was told that I needed to get 2/3 of the council vote, so I came back at the next meeting and got that to move it forward. So when I checked on it this morning, he informed me that that we have two options to get a vote onto the ballot. One would involve changing our ordinance, and so there would be not enough time to get that done by the time this summer's election is out. The other option is to get it on the ballot as non-binding, meaning we'd be able to get a vote of the people, but it would not have any binding authority over ordinances or anything. So once that came in, depending on how the people voted, it would still be up to this body to take those necessary steps to change an ordinance or, however we're going to address that. So I just wanted to give that update because it's changed several times since we've been trying to get forward, and I just wanted to give an update to the people so they know what I know. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. I think we're done with the secretary's report. Go back to mine.
You want us to make a motion to approve the report?
Oh, yeah, that would be good. Motion by Jordan, second by Chair, question by Ben. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. I don't have a whole lot on mine except for the issue of our infamous governor. So if you guys want to talk about that, we'll talk about the meeting we went to down in Rapid City with the Great Southern Chairman's Association and what we decided to do as united tribes as far as Oceti Shakoni, what they wanted to do and what some of the things that we talked about down there. We had a few council reps attend the meeting. Emily, Charles was down there, and Michelle was down there. So it was quite a good conversation. We had a lot of speakers down there. And I think we probably need to go off the air to do that, because I know that they listen to our council meetings. So if you want to go off the air, we'll talk about that. And that's kind of on my report today. And then I have just some other issues that people have been emailing me or inquiring about or asking me about some other things. Now I'll get on to that after we talk about and I think a resolution was taken to the committee, and I think you guys made some recommendations. So if we go off the air, Samantha, that would be
last week, and it was brought to our attention that Jan Gargan was our representative. And since he has passed, we haven't had any representation on that. So we were talking about it, and I asked Steve if he wanted to sit on it, and he said that he would be the alternate, and asked if I would sit on it too, and Ron asked if I would be the representative. So I wanted to ask if the council is okay with selecting and seating me on the Ochintee Shopper and Power Association.
Okay, Lisa's moving. Need a second. Lila? Question by Jordan? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
Zero.
Motion carried.
Thank you. And then I had one more thing. Could you update us on the status of the new tribal building? Is that still a thing, or?
It was a thing as far as School of Mines getting from, they got a grant from the USDA to have them design a tribal building for Rosebud. And it's, and all their students and all them had done that. So we identified, we couldn't identify the land here, so what happened was we took the men's softball field and we said, let's see if that would work. And they designed a tribal building to fit into that spot. So there is designs for a new tribal building to be put up by and take place of the softball field, so a men's softball field. And that would take out that the old admin building for daycare. Yeah, childcare. So that would go up that far as the road into the highway. So yeah,
Nothing set in stone, just.
no, just the design right now.
Okay,
So
what about funding for that?
I don't know if we thought, I don't think we even thought about that as far as our 105L leasing program, to include that in there or not, and to eventually maybe borrow some money. Maybe that would be the next project that we can do. I don't know, Wayne, is that a possibility?
Yeah, it's possible, but if you build a tribal facility, the 105L would only pay for those portions that are 638 are like indirect. So I mean, they would only pay for parts of the building.
Okay, the parts that include the 638 programs
Yep.
that they're occupying, but we could also make space for TLE and they could pay us
Yep.
rent. We
Yep.
could make space for BIA, they could pay us rent. So that's a project that I'd like for this council to start, just because, not because I'm trying to have a new fancy tribal building for us, but I really want a nice building for our people where we could have, where they can have a one-stop shop for a lot of their services. We have so many buildings that are coming up that are spread all over, and with the lack of transportation here, I think it's just important for us to centralize as many services and programs that are possible. And that would also open up more land space and make more land available for those bigger programs like road department and all those who have fleets. And I know with that we're gonna have to think about parking as well, and maybe like a parking garage. But when we do this, I don't want us to think small. I want us to think bigger and do a few story size of a building. Can I make a motion to start that process? I want to make a motion to start researching that process, and I guess, I don't know what other words I need to put in that, but just to start researching the process to have a new tribal building.
Okay. Second by Emily. Question by Micah. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
Zero.
Motion carried.
We should have passed.
Emily?
If I just wanted to follow up on something that you said, I know you moved on from it, but I did look up, and since we are technically, I think, still our Land Use and Environment Commission, we can enforce Title 18 and 19. Title 19 still has solid waste pools in there. I know we're talking updating, but it's still in there. And it very clearly states that littering is illegal other than, and so we have a mechanism to enforce if we want to go forward with that. Just to throw that out there. Thank you.
I don't know how many of you guys went through the communities and actually seen the amounts of the trash that's being accumulated in there, and it's terrible, and we need to do something about it, you know. We can't just let it keep going like it is. If we have laws that prevents us from doing that, and we have to clean it up, we should start enforcing them, you know. I think Antelope was in here inquiring about the same thing a few months ago. They came to Land and Natural, or one of the committees, to address some ordinances that need to be created to take care of this problem, so. Emily?
Sorry, just to follow up, I think that there's potential to,
Lila?
Go ahead.
Lila, go ahead.
I was gonna talk about that too, because we have a lot of burnt structures in all our communities, and it looks awful. I don't know how we can deal with that, but the communities, and even down in my community, our church is burnt, you know, and it's been going on, maybe 4 or 5 years now, and it's not even cleaned up. I'm like, gee, what's wrong with us? In those structures, you go to St. Francis, geez, they're just all over, and whose responsibility is that? And, you know, I know it's not cheap, you know, but the other thing is the communities get some revenue too from TLE. Maybe that would be an option. I don't know, but we have to do something. Those are really unsafe, and I don't know, like, if these houses in St. Francis or like Spring Creek, if they're on a lot, those are, they're tribal lots. So if a structure burns and it's just sitting there, and I was gonna bring this up at TLE too yesterday, but we got so swamped. But we really need to do something. I mean, it's not who we are, and that's what people judge us. And I know towards Mission, you know, there's some trailers burnt over there, Scott, and even though they may be kind of off where you can't see, you know, we don't know what's happening there. There could be meth, there could be toxins, and who do we go to? I've had people ask me that, and clean those up, because we want new houses, and those would be lots that we can put these houses in, you know, whatever we come through, but they're a safety issue. And I know that, you know, like, we usually buy our own roll-off we chip in as a family and buy our roll-off, but, you know, we always tell people, go ahead and throw your stuff in it. And it's expensive, you know, and I know they need their revenue. But we really need to do something, I agree. Thank you.
Emily, do you remember?
Yes, sorry about that. It had to do with earlier when we were talking about the public relations office and the need for that, did we make an action item on that, or did we just say that was a good idea? And
I think it's a good idea, and I think that we've been talking about it amongst each other and outside of council, but I don't think we actually went anywhere with it, so.
I was wondering if we could task somebody with starting that process, and I don't even know who. I know last time, I think Ray suggested the business office for creating that business, or the job description, but I'd like to get it on record so it can move forward, because I think, like, there's the public relations, there's all this announcement, there's getting the people communicated, but there's this big need for outreach and education. Every single one of our department has a relationship with our people, and when you talk about things like solid waste or litter or trash or water use or electricity use, like, a lot of our people don't even understand where the power comes when we turn a light switch on, or where that water's coming from or going when it goes down the drain. And I say this, and I'll say it again, but we need to do better at that, and so I'm wondering if whoever we're tasking with to move this forward for us, if that could include things like outreach and education in addition to public relations and, you know, sharing minutes and things like that, because I think, like, that team could really help each other out if you had the right team, good writers, good IT people. I mean, I think we could build a really good team in there. But I guess my question is, who do we task with that? Is there already somebody we ask of that? Is that the business office? Is that us? Is that a committee? I don't know. Because, I mean, it's great to talk about it, but unless we have action with it or somebody's moving forward.
I think it should be brought back to the committee, talked about, and brought some back with a recommendation, okay?
Okay, what committee?
Because we already advertised for a public relations person, and only one person applied for it, and I don't think they meet the qualifications because you have to have some type of a bachelor's degree in journalism or something like that, so it's not, I think it's going to be harder to fill than we think it is. So.
Oh, it definitely is, and that's why I wanted to have this plan. So what committee would you suggest that goes to?
I don't know what committee it should be at. Governmental Affairs, okay? We'll send it back to Governmental Affairs and bring back a recommendation, okay?
In timeline?
Next meeting.
I'd like to set it here so that we have a deadline for us to work towards if possible.
Back for our Wednesday's next meeting for Governmental Affairs.
We meet next Monday, or the 22nd, and then we meet again on the 26th.
Okay, so we have to bring it back on next month at the regular meeting.
Okay, thank you. I don't think so. Your agenda seems to be full.
I talked with Holly this morning about the roll-offs that are getting drugged through the communities.
Yeah.
And then I just kind of wanted some follow-up down about the roads, the damage to the roads that's kind of happening. So I just wanted to make you aware of it too. He said he would give us you and Sean.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I didn't get a chance to talk to Sean, but I've seen them doing that. They were pushing it. I know it has wheels on it, but it's still making like grooves in the road, so it's damaging the road. So I'll talk to them about it and let you know what's going on. Okay.
Thank you.
Good, sure.
For everyone's request, do you think we could move that to the last meeting of the month in May? That way we have some pretty heavy items on the agenda for governmental affairs. We're going to look at the accounting manual, enrollment, and there's a few other big issues that we're going to be talking about. So I think we would probably get it on our agenda for committee next month, the first meeting of the month. So if we could come back the casino meeting in May with something.
I think what date that's going to be.
May 22nd.
May 22nd?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yep. If we could do that there, and then I have one more thing. Sorry, Lisa. I have one more thing. So just in conjunction to the comments about the burnouts, I wonder if we could utilize some of the 100 homes that we're going to put out for the 105L and ask the director of the land office to identify maybe 7 to 10 of these burnout sites, and maybe we can allocate some of those homes there that are going to be in the 105L program. Just a suggestion to kind of help put forward towards that, because I know that deadline of spending that money is coming up, so just a
Allocate the money,
suggestion.
then we can probably hire somebody as on contract to go out and clean them, actually clean them, so.
There's money in there too for the site cleanups and stuff, that's
Yeah.
why I suggested that.
I'm not sure if you're using that money for site cleanups for, do you guys add more money to that as far as when they do the renovations for the site cleanups for renovations? I know that was an extra cost we didn't think about, so I think you might have been using some of this cleanup for the burnouts, money to offset that cost for that, so I'll have to check on that though.
Yeah, check, because we set aside 22 million and we're gonna use 16 of it to build homes, and then we wanted to save the remainder for any site prep, foundations, and moving fees. Yeah, infrastructure and moving fees.
Okay.
Thank you.
Lisa, then Lila?
I was going through my notes, but when I was up at the TVEC meeting, I talked with one of the guys from BLM, and he said that there's a lot of money in the prep, like land conservation prep, and Rosebud hasn't been a request for any. So I don't know, you might want to reach out to Lucy about it or something, because it's really disheartening for me to hear that when there's a lot of money available like that, and we're not even trying to put any effort to try to get any of it, so.
Rosebud has signed a contract. We have a little over 900,000 acres of our land enrolled in the CREP program. The tribal council turned the CREP program over to GLE about 4 or 5 months ago. I think GLE finally took some action yesterday, and they hired a director. So all that director has to do is start enrolling this land here, because we already have a contract, and already have approval up to 900,000 acres.
So they should be starting to get something.
Yeah.
Received of their,
Yeah, no reason to. I mean, the agreement's in place, they hire a person to start doing it, so all they have to do now is start doing these conservation plans and getting the GLE and the land user to sign it and submit it, and then we'll start getting money.
Okay. So
Up to 900,000 acres.
Good.
We-
I can follow up on that, make sure they're starting to
Yeah.
get their acres enrolled.
We were the first trying to sign up. Whenever they started negotiating the program, they used Rosebud as a guinea pig, so we helped negotiate the language for the contracts that all the tribes now come from here.
And then our, the other one, for that. You know, is our EIA director, Daryl LeCompte, is retiring.
Yeah, we heard that.
So, I don't know what his actual last day is, but probably there's some requests.
Yeah, and then they are going to be closing the, for an area director as well, so I don't know what kind of applicants or who applied for that position, but.
Will we have any input in it?
Yes, and we did talk to Weezy about the input of the tribes, and we still need to go through that process and make recommendations, so.
Why don't you put out a PSA regarding the trash goes in somebody's yards, to have them respect and keep their yards clean, or maybe even have like what we used to have that in Chimacade, maybe one day go through and pick up what trash they back up or something.
I'll have the business office draft something up, okay?
So, yeah, just kind of maybe put a cultural aspect on it or something.
Okay. All right, Lila?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm gonna get the floor for, Sarah, for SRM. She's got some.
I was just listening to your discussion, and I'll just sit back there wanting to say something about the ICDBG grant. I know I've said it to some of the council members who sit on economic development, but that grant can be used for demolition of all these burnouts. It could be used to improve infrastructure for new housing projects. This ICDBG grant, we do already have like 6 projects proposed, but I was hoping that somebody would come up with a proposal to get rid of all these burnout lots, to clean them up. And I was thinking that you guys wouldn't have to invest so much money of your ARPA funds into improving infrastructure and lots. There's so many vacant lots in all of our communities that if we came up with a plan for a demolition plan and use this $2 million to at least clean up all of this stuff, that would be something that is allowable under the ICDBG grant. That's why I was telling some of you, that could be used for that, because I go around our communities and I see the same thing. I see all these half burned out houses, kids playing around these unsafe conditions, and it's really alarming. And I always wanted to use ICDBG that way, but like I said, it's always something that this council has decided on, and so I was trying to plant some seeds in some of y'all's head early on about that opportunity to use ICDBG for that purpose.
Would that work for like new septic and septic lines too?
Yep. But it's a $2 million budget. It's not much compared to some of the money you guys already have put aside, but it would really make a lot more available for additional housing.
So how do we,
just tell me and I'll start putting it together.
Okay. All right.
I'll have to go around and look at all the empty sites and look at demolition costs and disposal of that trash, all that kind of stuff, but hopefully get some of them cleaned up, maybe not all of them, but at least some of them.
So, council, I'll make that motion for,
What about for illegal dumping? Clean up illegal dumping.
We can clean it, because we'll apply for it as addressing a public safety issue. You can use a certain percentage of that money. So when I'm thinking about this, we're talking about demolition and improving and creating infrastructure for new housing. because you guys have this 100 Homes project. And it's just a really smart use of a resource, I think, to create the space that we need to place all your 100 homes. And it's a federal grant, and I would be very confident in our ability to win it.
Okay.
But it would, yeah.
So we'll need the wording for a motion for her to start getting this going. And it's
And I'm for it too, because it goes along with the tourism initiative, right? And we have some tours that are slated to begin next month. And I was just talking to Ken about that, I said, we need to do something for Mchimaka Week, or something. We need to be doing some sort of cleanup ahead of these tour buses coming through. And so, that's been one of my things. I was planning on going to Rosebud Community this evening to their community meeting and letting them know the tour route and seeing if our community members would come together and help do some cleanup along our community area, just along the routes that the people are going to be seeing. So, getting rid of a lot of this trash and stuff will really, I feel, have a really profound impact on our people as well. Hopefully it'll get them motivated to get up and help clean.
So motion for SRD to, help me.
To develop a proposal for ICDBG addressing demolition of.
A proposal for ICGDB for ICDBG. How far did you get? To start?
To develop a proposal?
Yeah.
To develop an ICDBG proposal for consideration, because then you guys will pick which one. Like I said, there's already 6 of them sitting there. You guys will have 7 to choose from. But it'll all be based off this council's priority, but we can get some preliminary stuff, some numbers together, so that way we know what that project would look like if we were to select it.
Okay.
Cleanup of burnout.
Cleanup of burnout. Should we designate like the tribe, or do we have to say anything like that, or it's just, is that?
No, we'll develop it, and then if you guys select that for the application for this year, then we'll identify who's going to be implementing it and all that stuff, but we'll just get all of the numbers and everything together, so that way this council can make a decision.
So we have a motion on the floor. We need a second, Emily. Question by Sheriff. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed? Not voting? Motion carried. We have Emily.
Thank you. I just had 2 quick things. The first one is I just wanted to respond a little bit to Lisa about the CREP. I know you said that they did hire somebody yesterday, so I hope that's moving forward. Part of that is they're tracking anything that has to do with that separately so that we can start requesting reimbursements for the initial startup of that. The goal was to hire for 6 months right now to overlap that first expiration, which is October 1, so that we can get at least this first cycle completed and see how it's doing. There's going to be a lot of work that needs to happen, but I'm just throwing that out there because as issues arise, either on our land committees or within your communities, if there's any land that you or somebody has identified that needs to be healed, it would be really beneficial to let TLE know, because for example, the land that everybody's fighting over in Antelope needs to be healed. But if you remove everything, then you're losing that income. So these are the ideal tracks that you'd want to set up for that, so that we're still getting income or economic support on those while we're allowing them to heal. So I just wanted to throw that out there, that there is so much potential for that, and they're finally set up to start going after that. So hopefully good things will come there. And then the second thing was, I had a question. I've been getting a lot of, not only in my community, but from all of our communities, I've been getting a lot of messages and calls regarding the housing. And some of the stuff that got brought up today, I just wanted to ask, do we have, what is that ARPA deadline that this needs to be spent by? And is it realistically going to be able to sign 100 people up, get 100 homes designed and built, and we're just now talking about the infrastructure? And the reason why I'm saying that is because I don't want us to get a year down the road and we realize we can't spend all that and realistically in that amount of time, and then we're scrambling for projects when we already have an identified need right now. We need rental homes for people that are working that cannot qualify for. So when you look at rental units, like for example, OST, they just got like a $6.5 million thing that's gonna be bringing, I think, like 25 or 35 units. So if we could get 5 million of that, if it's not gonna be spent, then we should start planning for that now. So that's why I'm asking the questions that I am.
There was kind of a mention of recommendation last time we had our, I don't know, it was budget finance or for the economic development. We talked a little bit about working with Kiawapala and what they're doing over there, and actually putting up houses, working with them, and so that they can be building and providing work for them to be, and somebody would have something to look at and actually be able to apply for a house or however you guys want to do it, but we're trying to get them built so they're not at a standstill up there.
Yeah.
The other thing that we might want to take into consideration is this other HIP monies that hasn't been used since 2014, and a lot of that stuff has been talked about in the previous meetings about how we want to go in a different direction with the HIP funds, the new HIP funds. We decided by resolution to use that for down payment assistance, but the other money is still there that hasn't been used. It was for people who had qualified for homes before and never got built, or qualified for some type of maintenance or renovation on their homes that never had been done. So the activity is not there yet, so we might want to think about taking those funds and actually purchasing some more homes for people that really need them. So there's some ideas out there to keep this housing, this homeless problem, trying to keep it going as far as what we can do and what we can offer, and some ideas, at least having some options to tell the people out there that we are trying to provide more homes in some way or another, but I understand what you're saying, though.
But back to the question,
Yeah.
what's that deadline, the first question?
I don't remember what it was.
2026?
It's 2 years from this December 31st. So that'll be 26.
And because of that, is it realistic to think that we can sign that many people up, get them mortgaged, get them designed, infrastructure, and built within that time period? Because last time I asked that council, they said at the most would be 40 a year, and so at that, we're talking 80, and you're already halfway into this year, so.
Just for clarification, spent or obligated?
For what?
For the money, for the ARPA money, by 2026.
Spent or obligated, so as long as it's obligated, it's still, so we're okay because it's obligated?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that, I didn't realize that, thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry I over-answered your question. Sure? Oh, okay. Okay, is that it for my report?
Well.
We don't have a quorum, you guys want to take a break and come back in?
Sure, I'll get a motion to continue.
Okay, well, we'll have a quorum 3, 6, 7, 8, so, well, take 10.
Recess till tomorrow.
Well, take 10.